Did you say Father Hubert has kids?
3 girls and 5 boys by my reckoning, all conceived in the same week at the Feast of the Monkey Dance.
What happened to the stones?
They were taken by the Spanish to the coastal town that is now called Quaramonte City. Only 1 stone reached Spain. The other 2 fell into the hands of buccaneers. The Jaguar stone was captured by an English captain, El Draco. The Eagle stone was taken by a pirate called Ketch. The 3rd stone, the Coyote stone, reached Spain safely. That is the stone in your possession.
Tell me more about the Jaguar stone.
Many centuries ago, the port of Quaramonte was entered by a ship flying Spanish colors. The captain, the man known as El Draco, sent soldiers ashore. Only when the soldiers arrested the mayor did the people realize that they were English privateers. The mayor was held hostage while the soldiers looted and plundered the city. Amongst the treasures they stole was the Jaguar stone.
Where is the Jaguar stone now?
I suppose El Draco took it back to his homeland, across the Great Sea.
To England. Tell me more about the Eagle stone.
The stone was loaded onto a galleon with many valuable artifacts plundered by the Spanish, but shortly after leaving harbor, a terrible squall blew up and damaged the ship. The ship was intercepted by a bloodthirsty pirate, Captain Ketch. Ketch made short work of overpowering the crew, stealing the treasure, and sinking the Spanish ship.
Where's the Eagle stone now?
Nobody knows for sure. Ketch retired from piracy and bought an island in the Caribbean.
What do I do when I find the stones?
Bring them here to me and I shall prepare you. The stones must be taken to the heart of the pyramid. Only there can they be used to seal the gate by which Tezcatlipoca will return to this world.
Suppose I was to believe there was anything in your story, other than the rambling delusions of a seriously wacky old man. Suppose I was to swallow it, hook, line, and kitchen sink. What then?
Then you would see that the fate of the human race rests upon your shoulders.
Do I get anything to help me combat Tezcatlipoca?
Like what?
Well, a magical weapon?
Get real, George.
Can you show me the way to the pyramid of Tezcatlipoca?
Not until you possess all 3 stones.
Now do I get the route?
Here, take it. Make haste if you wish to save the girl's life. The hummingbird sings to me of death to come.
Now you're talking in riddles again. Listen, is it okay if I crash here? I've got no chance of finding my way through the jungle in the dark.
You're welcome, but you probably won't get much sleep. Tonight's the night of the monkey dance.
I left the village at dawn and stumbled back through the jungle in a post-party daze. It was just like sneaking back to my parents' house when I was younger. Except Oakland didn't have monkeys or parrots. The shaman thinks you should go visit your kids.
So, he told you?
Look, Hubert, having an extended family is nothing to be ashamed of. If I was you, I'd be ashamed of not being there for them.
It was that damned monkey dance that led me astray.
Yeah. A sight like that must be difficult to forget. Do you want to tell me what happened at the village?
I forgot my vows. I let myself be overwhelmed by the beauty of this unspoiled paradise, and in a moment of weakness, animal passion reared its rampant head.
You know, you should be writing romantic novels. I've got the route, Hubert.
So what are you waiting for?
Right. Did you experience some kind of...
Yes,
I've never heard it called that before. And I didn't want to pry any... I couldn't steal from a priest. I couldn't steal... The cone was ideal as a makeshift container. As the liquid was squeezed from the root, it collected in the cone. Look, Hubert, the antidote.
well, what are you waiting for? Give it to the girl, quickly.
Nico. Here. Drink this.
Oh, George, it's horrible.
Just swallow it down. Okay, try and rest now, darling. You'll need all your strength when we go after the other 2 stones.
Other stones? What other stones? What have you gotten me into now, George Stobart?
The patient is sounding more like her old self already. Nico recovered quickly from her fever. To save time, we decided to split up and look for each stone independently. I traced the pirate Ketch to a remote island in the Caribbean. With the fortune he'd amassed from piracy, he'd retired to a place that was later called Ketch's Landing. I just had to sneak a look at those plans.
Hey, get out of there.
You know, wherever I go, I hear those words. Paris, Syria, Ireland, or Spain. Makes no difference.
What do you think you're doing?
I was trying to show some interest in your project. I didn't want a fishing net. Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stobart. Would you care for tea?
No, thank you, ma'am. I don't like tea. Can you tell me anything about Captain Ketch?
More than you can tell me about your great-great-great-great-grandfather, no doubt.
You're his descendants?
Certainly. Captain Ketch was born in Dorset, England, in the reign of King Henry VIII. His family were undistinguished farmers, but young Frederick Ketch decided to go to sea.
We have plenty of seamen in our family, Mr. Stobart.
Are you interested in history, Mr. Stobart?
Yes, I am. Is it true Frederick Ketch was a pirate?
Frederick Ketch was emphatically not a pirate.
They hanged him, you know, down there on the beach in front of his family. Didn't bother with a trial, just whipped him out from his breakfast table and hoisted him up in chains.
Well, if he wasn't a pirate, what did they hang him for?
Envy. Pure green-eyed envy. He had been a successful privateer, you see, and had accumulated great wealth.
As rich as a mink in a paddock.
Shut up, Mina.
Yes, Frost.
The small-minded governor and his lackeys wanted his money, trumped up some ridiculous charge about breaking the conditions of his letter of marque, and hanged him like a common thief. The blackguards!
You were telling me about Captain Ketch. Do go on.
Oh, yes. He sailed under Hawkins.
Jim Hawkins?
John Hawkins, one of the great traders of the Elizabethan age. In 1568, Frederick Ketch was a young man serving aboard the Jesus, Hawkins' flagship. They sailed from... Ketch was never to see the...
Is that your cat?
Yes, it is.
That's Ruddles.
Do you like cats, Mr. Stobart?
I love them. They're so cute with their claws and their little puckered butts.
Aren't they, though?
Don't encourage him, Mina.
How come Ketch never made it home?
Because the...
You said Hawkins' fleet traded between Africa and the Indies. What was it they were trading?
Black men with no shirts.
You have to understand, Mr.
That doesn't alter the fact that
Would it surprise you to learn that Hawkins was all...
He transported slaves in a ship named after Jesus Christ? In my book, that makes him a hypocrite. What happened to Ketch? Was he killed?
Oh, no. He got away.
The Frederick?
It's a museum? Letter of marque?
The document that permitted him to engage and the difference between a law...
Yoo-hoo!
Sorry, Frost.
Well, why didn't Ketch just say, take a hike, guys, I've got a pirating license?
Frederick Ketch was not a pirate.
But he did show them his letter of marque.
But they destroyed it and hanged him anyway.
Hi, Puss. Want to play? Hey, cat. Watch where you're putting those claws. The ladder extended easily. I couldn't reach the flagpole, and a bush stopped me from moving the ladder across. It was locked.
The house is closed.
How come?
It is undergoing refurbishment.
Refurbishment? Where are the workmen?
Preparation is half the work, young man. The intention is to prepare the museum for the new century.
The Frederick Ketch Memorial Museum. It would look nice in neon.
A museum for a pirate? There was a stony silence.
As I have already told you, sir, he was not a pirate. It's precisely this sort of vile misrepresentation that...
Oh? How?
Mr. Bronson, he understands.
He also understands.
Mina,
Well, he does.
Listen, ma'am.
we make an exception.
Pardon me, but I didn't exactly have to fight my way through the crowd.
You're the sick.
No,
They wouldn't appreciate it. Hi.
Yeah, man. You want to buy some fish?
Nah, I don't like fish.
Real.
George. Do you know anything about
Man,
how come the...
It's Bronson's doing.
The guy with the theodolite?
Him have the plans for redeveloping the museum. They're going to regret it, you know. The man's a crook.
Will you help me get those plans?
I don't want to go nowhere near that man. He promised to draw me when he found the fish I left in his sleeping bag.
What do you know about Captain Ketch?
Just what everybody knows around here. He was a pirate and get himself hung.
No school today?
No, sir.
What about your education?
I can fish, sail, and swim. I've been looking after myself since I was 6, and I'm bilingual.
Aren't you a little overqualified for a beach bum?
Well, you know, there's a lot of competition.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask the boy. I didn't know the first thing about sailing a dinghy.
What you got there?
I didn't think the kid would be interested.
What you got there?
I didn't think the...
What you got there?
I didn't think the kid would be interested in that. My name's George Stobart. You're a surveyor, right, Mr.
Bronson. And of course I'm a surveyor. Why the hell else would I have a theodolite?
I don't know. Hobby, maybe?
Yeah, right. What brings you here, anyway?
I'm searching for an ancient Mayan artifact.
What is it? Some kind of jewel?
No, it's obsidian. A black stone with supposedly mystic powers.
You're nuts.
Tell me about the two old ladies.
Who? The Ketch sisters. One of them's crazy as a coot, and the other will turn you to stone if you're not careful. Say, was that kid giving you trouble?
The Fisher boy? No, he was very polite.
Ha! He's a juvenile delinquent. I suppose he told you I was a crook.
Oh no, he's a good kid. He'd never say anything like that.
Sure he would, the little punk.
What are you doing with the theodolite?
Surveying the old house. I got great plans for this place.
Oh yeah?
You bet. Take a look around. What do you see?
Paradise.
I see opportunity. This place is ripe for development.
I like it just the way it is.
And that's where we differ. You see, Mr. Stobart, I'm what you might call a man of vision. I see a great future for Ketch's Landing, and it all starts here, with that house.
Can I take a look at your plans?
No way! What interest would they be to you, anyhow?
I've always had a secret desire to be a surveyor.
You have?
Sure. I mean, you surveyors are just like the great explorers, aren't you? Henry the Navigator, Vasco da Gama, Chris Columbus. Maybe you don't sail uncharted seas or discover new continents, but you're okay in my book.
Horseshit. You just stay away from those plans, you hear?
How do you survey a house like that?
I've put a target reflector on the end of one of the flagpoles up there on the house. I sight on it from various locations through the theodolite, record the angles along the baseline, and triangulate them to give me the exact position of the target. Understand?
Why the end of the flagpole? Wouldn't it have been better on a corner of a wall or something?
Are you a surveyor?
No, my degree's in law.
Then shut up.
This is similar to the stone I'm looking for.
What makes you think you'll find it here?
Because when the stones were stolen in the 17th century...
Hold it! The stones have been lost for 300 years?
Approximately.
And you're hoping to find them again? You're nuts. And why here?
A wise old Indian shaman told me he saw the stones in a vision.
Ha ha. That's rich. Listen, I got work to do, okay?
Catch you later, Bronson. I think Bronson is trying to cheat those sweet, vulnerable old ladies.
That's a little unfair, isn't it?
Okay, he's trying to cheat those seriously demented, poisonous old ladies.
You have to admire his acumen.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask.
What you've got there?
I didn't think the kid would be interested. I've been talking to Rio, the little fisher boy.
I'll thank you not to mention that little wretch in my presence.
Dirty little whelk. Nasty fishy boy.
That will do.
I gather you don't have much time for the little boy.
That child is a delinquent, Mr. Stobart.
Yeah, well, he's only, what, 11, maybe?
A knave with one hand on the top.
What is it about Rio that you don't like, Miss Frost?
Well, once upon a time, he and Emily...
Be quiet this instant, Mina.
What can you tell me about Emily?
Emily? What business can she be of yours?
Her parents were killed in a typhoon.
We, as her only living relatives, took it upon ourselves to raise the child.
It's good to know Charity isn't dead.
Oh, but she is. Washed overboard in the typhoon.
Mr. Stobart wasn't talking about Emily's mother. He was being sarcastic.
What else can you tell me about Emily?
How dare you pry into our I refuse to...
You're really fond of that cat, aren't you?
He is our companion.
I thought about catnapping the little monster until they let me in, but it wasn't my style. Maybe there was some other way I could use their affection for the cat to get me into the house. Okay, it was time for diversionary tactics. I thought I saw a little girl down on the beach.
You must be mistaken.
He must be mistaken.
I'm sure I'm not. A little girl and that young fisher boy.
What? It's not possible. What were they doing?
Oh, the kinds of things that all little boys and girls get up to at their age.
When I was a little girl, we used to play cows and milkmaids.
Well betide you if you're lying to us, Mr.
With a creak of ancient corsetry, the sisters sailed majestically over the distant horizon. It was locked. The window was locked. The windows were way out of reach. If I could get up to them, maybe I could climb in that way. Just my luck. I'd struck out again. The windows were all locked. I didn't have a flag on me, so the flagpole would have to stay bare. No, I couldn't just go around throwing things at other people's windows. The window was locked. No, I couldn't just go around throwing things at other people's windows. No, I couldn't just go around... I wasn't going to risk further laceration, but... I couldn't think of any reason to climb the tree. Nah, I didn't have the throwing strength to knock them. I couldn't reach the flagpole, and a bush stopped me from moving the ladder across. It was locked. I didn't want to... Did you see the weird sisters come by here?
Did I? They look madder than usual, so I hide until they gone by.
Just as well.
Emily, you...
Tell me about your...
Why is...
Emily Ketch?
Yeah,
What, doesn't bother you?
why should it?
Can you let me have a fish, kid?
I thought you said you don't like fish.
It's not for me.
For the old lady?
No, it's...
Okay.
I can pay you. I've got...
You must be
Is this worm worth a fish?
Could be good bait. How did it die?
I think it drowned in tequila.
Just like my Uncle Gabriel. Yeah, I'll have that. Okay, I'll get you a fish. It might take a while, though.
There was nothing else I wanted. I wasn't going... I just had to...
Hey,
Okay! Did you see the sisters?
yeah, they wanted to string that Fisher brat up. Of course, I told them where to find him.
A thing.
But he'd managed...
Catch you later, Brunt. No luck with a fish?
No, man. They don't want bite. That's 'cause they know there's a storm brewing.
Storm? I don't think so.
Hey, I caught a bite.
You have?
It's a big one. A real big one.
Reel him in, Rio. Jeez, it must be a whale or something.
Rustiest whale I ever see.
I still need a fish, Rio.
Okay, make me try again.
Maybe you better change your bait. The only serviceable part of the bicycle's wreck was a rubber inner tube. You just never know when you're going to need stuff like that. There was nothing else. I still need a fish, Rio.
Okay, make me try again.
What can I do with an old inner tube?
I know what I'd do. I'd make the biggest catapult you'd ever seen and use it to smack Bronson with a fish from a safe distance.
Those ballistic fish shenanigans of yours are going to get you in deep trouble someday.
There's a fish, my man.
I can't put it...
No problem.
Okay, Cat. You don't deserve this, but here's a little fish. The little monster ate the fish, but never strayed far from the ball. I wasn't going to risk further laceration by the cat's claws. I wasn't going to risk further laceration by the cat's claws.
There's a fish, my man.
I didn't want to fish. I doubted I had Rio's grasp of piscine aerodynamics. There had to be a better projectile in a dead fish. I couldn't reach it. I don't think so. No, I couldn't just go around throwing things at other people. I wasn't going to risk further laceration by the cat's claws. I'd better think this through. I'd better think this through. That isn't it at all. No. That wouldn't work. I'd better think this through. Nope. I couldn't reach it. I'd have to do that from the ground. That should get the old cat dancing. I just hoped it didn't give itself a cardiac. I didn't want to risk the wrath of that vicious animal by putting my hand within striking distance of those claws. I didn't have a flag on me, so the flagpole would have to stay bare. I didn't have a flag. I put the ball in the catapult, took aim. Yes! Okay, so it was a lucky shot, but I'd knocked the theodolite target clean off the end of the flagpole.
What the hell's going on here?
Hi, Bronson. Nice to see you, too.
You again. Have you been screwing around with my theodolite target? Where is it? I had to climb out of the window to put that one on. Damn it, I'm gonna have to go through all that again.
Not this time. The house is locked up and the sisters aren't here.
Hell's teeth! I'll have to put the spare target on the other flagpole. A whole morning's work wasted. I'm gonna fix all this, and then I'm gonna fix you, you hear?
Yeah? Fine. I'll be waiting.
Ah!
What you doing, Bronson? Just hanging around?
I'm gonna kill you for this, Stobart! Get me down from here!
What, so you can kill me? Gee, you talked me out of it, Bronson. I felt a little guilty about leaving Bronson up there, but not much, obviously. The marker was It wasn't going to be much use without the theodolite, though. The novelty value of having an inner tube in my pocket had worn off. With Bronson out of the way, I could finally get a engineer's drawing, but one thing was clear. These plans were for a 5-story, 200-roomed, luxury, pirate-themed hotel. Another stain on the bed. Look here, Bronson's plans.
Was I right? Is that creep up to no good?
Darn right he is. I wasn't going anywhere in that boat without Rio to sail her. There was nothing else I...
You there! Why is Mr. Bronson hanging from that flagpole?
He climbed up there of his own accord.
Then help him, you stupid man! Quickly, before he falls!
Hi.
Never mind that! Help!
Hey, get me down!
What's the magic word?
Please!
Oh, I've got your plans, Bronson. I know about the hotel.
So what? This is between me and the Daves.
Those sweet old ladies trusted you. This isn't what they wanted.
Oh, people like them don't know what they want. Instead of wasting their money on this mausoleum, I can turn it to profit.
But you should have discussed it with them first. If I was to let you down, will you promise to come clean about your plan?
Sure I will.
And you'll come to a tasteful compromise with Miss Frost and Miss Mina?
Taste? What's taste got to do with architecture?
Oh, dear. You'll have to stay where you are until you see sense.
You rat.
Catch you later, Bronson. You know, hanging from flagpoles suits you.
Get me down.
Not until the old ladies have heard exactly what you had planned. I had no more to talk to him about. Hi.
Never mind that.
Here, Bronson's plans.
This means nothing to me.
She's not wearing her reading glasses.
Ah, wait. Yes, I see now. I see it all too clearly. That man is planning to build a huge hotel. Bronson is a confidence trickster. Mina, we have been duped. I'm glad we didn't sign his contract.
Oh, I hate tricksters, especially confident ones.
Come, Mina. Mr. Bronson, you may consider yourself persona non grata.
Yes! Cave Canum!
Kindly disentangle yourself from our flagpole and eject yourself from our property this very minute.
Disentangle! Eject!
Hey, cut that out, you crazy old bat!
How dare you! Mina isn't crazy, she's just engagingly eccentric.
Yeah, as a bedbug. Ouch!
Lovely as this little vista is, I'd be really grateful if you could let me into the museum now.
Certainly, young man. Well, Mina, the lock.
Thanks, ladies.
Stobart, be a pal. Get these harpies off. Ooh!
While George was basking in the sun-drenched Caribbean, I went to London. It was a long shot, but I thought I'd start my search for the Jaguar stone at the British Museum. It was a stone identical in size and style to the Coyote stone. However, this stone bore the image of a jaguar. The cabinet was locked. I didn't want the mask, although the cabinet was locked. It was a small flat square of polished obsidian, nothing like the one I was looking for. According to the caption, this was the scrying mirror given to Dr. John Dee by Sir Francis Drake. There was nothing I wanted to do with the statue except find out where he bought his hat. Très chic. Perhaps I'm a Philistine, but old vases bore me.
Can I help you, miss?
What can you tell me about that stone with a jaguar on it?
The so-called Jaguar stone was brought back from the Americas by Sir Francis Drake and presented, with, as you already know, the more famous scrying mirror, to John Dee.
What's this scrying mirror?
It's a little square of polished obsidian. Mine it is.
And what does it do?
Well, it's a bit like a crystal ball, except flat and black. And you can't see anything in it. Old man Dee had a psychic who reckoned he could speak to the angels through it. I think he was taking Dee for a ride myself. The old loony didn't like the stone, though. Reckoned it was tainted by the devil. Come along, miss. I'll show you the mirror.
I've already... Oh, never mind.
There. John Dee's famous scrying mirror, given to him by Francis Drake.
Do you know if this mirror has any relevance to Tezcatlipoca?
Who? Tizletlik... I can't even say it. Ah, there's someone here who'll be able to help you better than me. This young lady has some questions to ask, Professor. I think she's from France.
Professor Roubillier?
Eh? What? You two know each other, do you? Excuse me, the telephone.
We meet again.
Mademoiselle, France, eh?
Yes, I believe that's where you live, Professor.
I have a house there, on the outskirts of Paris, but I haven't been back for many months.
What can you tell me about the Jaguar Stone, Professor?
It's obsidian, from the Chichen Itza region.
Professor Roubillier, your taxi's here.
If you'll excuse me, I have some urgent business to attend to at the docks.
Can you answer me some questions about the Jaguar Stone?
Certainly, miss. If you just step this way. It's gone. Some sods half-inched it.
Half-inched?
Stolen it, miss. Never mind. The silent alarm will have been tripped. I'm afraid nobody can leave until our crack security team gets here.
How long will that take?
Could be a while. I think it's their tea break.
The thief could be miles away by then.
Don't you worry about that, miss. Just don't try to leave.
It was too much of a coincidence that Roubillier showed up and the stone promptly disappeared. I didn't have time for their crack security team to finish their tea. I had to get after him. Bonjour. I wonder if you could help me.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
What's so funny? Oh, never mind. I doubted the girls would be any help to me. I didn't need to make a call. I didn't steal the stone. I was nowhere near it.
So who do you suppose did steal it?
It must have been Roubillier.
Huh! Begging your pardon, but he's a man of letters. A professor.
So was Moriarty. Man of letters or not, he's your culprit. Don't you think it's suspicious that Roubillier has urgent business at the docks?
Not in the slightest, young lady. He's gone to oversee the unloading of cargo, an exhibition of Mayan sculpture on loan from Mexico City.
What's the name of the ship?
The Xibalba Princess, moored down by Tower Bridge. Why do you ask?
Just wondering. Thank you, you've been most helpful. It would probably be less suspicious if I kept away from the empty case.
Excuse me, miss. Please don't touch the exhibits.
The cabinet was locked. The key unlocked the case. I locked the case again and took the key. I didn't need to make a call. It was an obsidian dagger, thin and razor sharp. I had and have no interest in old pots. I didn't want the mask, although it certainly reminded me of somebody.
What was it you wanted?
Look at this. The thief left this key in the cabinet.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That makes the theft an inside job, right?
Oh dear.
In other words, the thief was Professor Oublier.
Well, let's leave that for the police to decide, shall we? I better phone them right away. Hello?
I knew I had nothing to worry about if the police were called.
Yes, I'll hold.
But I had to catch up with Oublier, and fast. The doors were securely locked. I levered the handle open with the thin dagger.
The room had been decorated to resemble the interior of a sailing ship. It was disturbingly effective. The ship looked too fragile to touch. March 20th, 1670 fix. Engaged frigate off Fan Falvador? It was garbage. Huh. I guess being the passage went on. It seemed the new governor had not sailed to... I returned safe in the knowledge, for is it not writ that...
Surprise!
What the... Who are you?
I'm Emily.
What were you doing in there, Emily?
Hiding. What are you doing here?
Grown-up stuff.
Grown-ups? Pfft. I'm never gonna grow up, I'm not. You shouldn't be here. What's your name?
I'm George.
Pleased to meet you, Jaws.
George.
Jaws,
Jeez.
make your mind up.
Why don't you go play with Rio?
I'm not allowed.
How come?
Because Aunt Frost says I'm not allowed out of the house. That's why, Mr. Nosy Beak.
Too bad. Why don't you ask your other aunt if you can play with...
Aunt Mina's cuckoo. She says when the Lord handed...
That Rio's a smart kid.
Rio is...
What can you...
That's him on the wall. In the pic...
Yeah?
He was a sailor captain.
Look.
Is that a magic...
Well, I don't know about...
No.
Do you know how to use a theater?
We don't learn anything about... Not until...
Would you like to play darts?
No,
Oh, come on.
that's dangerous.
Okay. I've had my hands on an historical document. Now what? The chart fitted exactly into the recess on the top of the desk.
What you doing, Jaws?
I'm putting this old map on the desk
What you doing that for, Jaws?
because it was obviously intended to fit in this recessed area.
How'd you work that out?
It's obvious. Holding that lantern, I felt kinda biblical. Like Jesus or Florence Nightingale. The lantern fitted so precisely in the inkwell, it could only be deliberate.
What you doing now, Jaws?
Knock it off, will ya? There's something you ought to know. I don't buy cute or lost puppy. I've put the lantern in the inkwell. See? It fits.
Why?
Because it was cut to fit.
Why?
Because sneaky old Captain Ketch made it that way.
Why?
What is with all the questions?
'Cause I'm interested.
Why?
'Cause I have the insatiable curiosity of the young.
Why?
All right. Truce.
That might come in useful. In ticklish situations.
What you doing now?
Grown-up stuff.
I doubt that.
I'm just borrowing this.
Why?
I might be...
You gonna steal it?
No, don't.
Why not?
Well, because I'm... Yow! I should have known better than to... Grandma's... Two bells and... Pirates were... Captain Frederick Ketch, 1570. Around his... Maybe he was... The portrait might have made a nice souvenir, but it was too large to carry. It would have been easy to reach the cutlass and slip it in my pocket. It would also have been the most regrettable action of my life. It would have been easy to... It would also have been... Hard a port, bosun! Aye, aye, Captain Stobart! She cannot take it, Captain! My lad's dead. Abandon ship! Why don't you run along?
Aren't mean at all.
Well, that doesn't... On a beautiful...
There's a storm
Oh, no.
I do so.
Yeah, well... That cross...
It's my lucky...
It's just...
Uh-huh.
Can I borrow it?
Uh-uh.
What would you trade?
A puppy.
Well, Can you think of it?
Don't know.
She wouldn't have been interested. The ship looked too fragile to touch. Before you ask, I've put the feather back.
Don't you want to steal it?
For the last...
That's your word again.
That looked like that's where it was supposed to be, so I left it there. She wouldn't have been interested. She wouldn't have been in. She wouldn't have been interested. She wouldn't have been interested. What do you give to a small,
Try a conch. Delicate colors, interesting shape, and when you put it to your ear, you can hear the sea.
Yeah, why's that?
Usually because you're standing next to it.
Cool. Have you got one?
Yeah, but I promised it to my sister. She well vexed with me.
Why is your sister mad with you?
Well, last night, when I got home with our supper, she went wild. Rio, she said, how come all you ever catch is puffer fish? A sicker puffer fish. What I want is tiger fish. So don't bother come back home till you catch one, boy. I don't see how I'm gonna catch no tiger fish.
What do you need to catch a tiger fish?
One of them real fancy flies like the rich fishermen use.
Any use for a quill?
What's a quill?
It's what people used to write with in Captain Ketch's days.
No, man. I'd sooner be fishing.
I wasn't convinced. That was no good. I wasn't convinced. There was nothing else on the... There was nothing else I wanted to ask the boy. I wasn't going anywhere in that boat without Rio to sail her. I didn't want a fishing net. There were several things I wanted. She wouldn't have been interested. Sailed to that place where I returned safe in the knowledge that the governor shall not for is it not writ that 'tis easier for It would have been easy to reach the cutlass and slip it in my pocket. It would also have been the most regrettable action of my life. It was the portrait of Captain Ketch. The portrait might have made a nice souvenir, but it was too large to carry. That looked like that's... Before you ask, I've put the...
Don't you want to steal it anymore?
For the last...
That's your word again.
There were several things I wanted to say to that awful kid, but I held my tongue. The novelty value of having an inner tube... No, I had... Not such a good idea. Not such... No, that... no. There was nothing else I wanted to ask the boy. There was nothing else on the bicycle wreck I could use.
What you got there?
I didn't think the kid'd be interested in that.
What you got there?
I didn't think the kid'd be interested in that.
What you got there?
I didn't think the kid'd be interested in that. I wasn't going anywhere in that. There was nothing else on the bicycle wreck I could use. I didn't want a fishing net. The window was locked. There was nothing else I wanted to do with the flagpole. I couldn't reach it. The cat made short work of the feather, tearing it into a blizzard of small pieces. That wouldn't work. No, that's wrong.
What you got there?
Hey, this is just what you need to make a fly.
Thanks. Let's hope them tiger fish hungry. A deal's a deal. Here's a conch.
Here, I've got a conch. Would you like it?
Dunno. Aunt Frost told me never to take presents from strange men.
I'm not a strange man.
Then why are you called Jaws, Jaws? That's a stupid name.
I'm not called... Look, conch, pretty. Swap for the cross, yes or no? Right, this thing's going out the window.
Okay, we'll do swapsies.
Ketch's cross slipped snugly into the penholder. Before you ask, I've put your cross in this little hole in the desk.
Why?
Impulse mainly, with a dash of irrational intuition.
Silly. Only women have intuition.
The lantern cast a strong light over the desktop. The light cast a shadow of the cross. And the shadow fell precisely over a small, unnamed island shaped like a skull. That must be it! Ketch's Treasure Island!
Uh-oh. That's Zombie Island. It's a bad place.
No kidding? Well, bad place or not, that's my next port of call.
Can I come too?
The hell you can.
I never get to leave the house.
Would you take me to, Zombie Island?
In this weather? You're mad, man.
The rain will keep the zombies indoors. Just say I did meet a zombie. What would you do?
There ain't no zombies on Zombie Island. At least, not anymore. It's uninhabited.
Good. What do you mean, not anymore?
You still want to go?
I guess.
Well, I ain't had no luck with them tiger fish. And with the mood my sister is in, I'll be safer with the zombies.
So, this was Zombie Island. Somehow I'd been expecting something more sinister. Come on, Rio. Let's find that treasure.
No, thanks. I'm staying right here.
Oh, come on. You said yourself there's no zombies left.
Yeah, but that was while there was a big pile of seawater between me and this place. All me have now is this little bit between the boat and the shore, and I'm hanging on to it.
It was too high. I couldn't get up there. Rio's boat was strewn with fishing nets and tackle. Could I borrow your net?
Yeah, man, no problem. You planning on catching some fish?
Nope. I'm after a big rock. That Emily sure asks a lot of questions.
Rest it, man. This whole Emily business just isn't funny.
Look, we're obviously at cross purposes here. I'm talking about Emily Ketch.
Yeah, and so am I. She was my friend. Her aunts hated it, but we did move together, you know. She used to be real keen at hide and seek. It could take hours to find her. One time, the last time, it took days. She must have shouted and screamed herself hoarse, but there was nobody to hear her.
Where'd she hidden herself?
Captain Ketch's old sea chest. The only way to open it was from the outside.
Suddenly, I didn't feel so good. We never exchanged another word about Emily Ketch. Well, here I go. Wish me luck, Rio.
Good luck, George. Watch out for the Walking Dead.
I stumbled down dark stairwells for what seemed like forever, until suddenly I found myself... wow! In an abandoned London Underground station. This place must have been closed down decades ago. The cup was empty. The tray was empty. The machine needed to be fed a coin before it would operate. The slot was much too... It might have been a nice souvenir if it hadn't been torn and dirty. The machine looked like it had sold its last ticket a long time ago. The machine wasn't about to weigh me for nothing. A latch lock. The blade of the dagger just fitted between the door and the soft wood frame. The door gave slightly, and then held firm. My fingers were too big to reach into the tiny crack. The blade of the dagger was too thick to get into the narrow crack. A latch lock stopped me getting in. It looked just like the blade of the dagger was too thick to get into the narrow crack. The blade was too thick for... The blade was too thick for the narrow slot. The date on the poster was before I was born. A warning sign saying high voltage convinced me to leave the lights alone. There was nothing very useful in my bag, just a single hair clip. The hair grip was too thick to fit into the crack. I pushed the hair clip into the slot and whatever was stuck there disappeared into the machine. I pulled out an old English penny. The slot was much too thin for my fingers. An ancient bar of chocolate dropped into the tray at the bottom of the machine. And as a special bonus, the penny dropped through to the reject bucket. I pulled out an old English penny. I took the ancient bar of chocolate. The machine looked like it had sold its last ticket a long time ago. I put the old penny into the slot, the needle twitched rustily, and the machine spat out a card. The weight was in imperial units. It meant nothing to me. The card also had my fortune on it. A family quarrel will turn out to your advantage. I remembered my student days when I regularly forgot my house keys. A wiggle with the thick card between the frame and the lock, and the latch lifted. The train was my ride out of there. I could worry about not having a ticket when I got to the docks.
One read was enough. As soon as I stooped to investigate the hole, its inhabitant disappeared into the darkness. The end of the reed had been neatly bitten off. Now I knew what was living in there. A long-toothed, snarling, furry wild thing. Stay cool, Stobart. It was only a bird. There wasn't much point in using an empty... If I jumped, I could just about reach the branch. Climbing the tree wasn't going to help. Climbing the tree wasn't going to help any in this situation. Climbing the tree wasn't going to help it. I'd better think this through. I'd better think no. I couldn't get close enough to stick the dart in him. The dart fitted The creeper just came away from the rock as I pulled it. The creeper didn't look like it would hold my weight. No good. I'd have to be... I could see no point in tying the net to the creepers on the rock. The creeper felt unpleasant and fleshy. The marker wasn't going to stay attached to anything as thick as the creeper. I wasn't convinced that... The marker wasn't going to stay attached to anything as thick as the creeper. The marker wasn't going to stay attached to anything as thick as the creeper. The creeper felt unpleasant and fleshy. It was a needle of rock in the middle of the clearing. It didn't look like a natural formation. I remembered Ketch's log. For is it not writ that 'tis easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle? Seemed pretty relevant now. Nothing, I mean nothing, would possess me to step into that swamp. Hold on. I've been here before. Haven't I? Initials carved into the... The hill I was on had reminded me of a camel's hump as I'd climbed up it. Now I had to see... It was a good cave for hiding treasure in. Shame about the flooding problem. A needle rock. Eye of the needle? There was an enormous cave. Every tourist for the last 3 centuries must have been in that one. There was an enormous cave. Every tourist for the last 3 centuries must have been in that one. An ugly little cave. Didn't look like the sort of place you'd want to leave treasure. There was an enormous cave. Every tourist for the last 3 centuries must have been in that one. An ugly little cave. Didn't look like the sort of place you'd want to leave treasure. Ketch could have hidden his treasure anywhere. This island's full of hiding places. A needle rock. Eye of the needle? It was a good cave for hiding treasure in. Shame about the flooding problem. Joining the dots would make an equilateral triangle. It was a good cave for hiding treasure in. Shame about the flooding problem. It was a good cave for hiding treasure in. A needle rock. Eye of the needle? There was an enormous cave. Every tourist for the last 3 centuries. An ugly little cave. Didn't look like the sort of place you'd want to leave treasure. Joining the dots would make an equal... It was a good cave. It was a good cave. It was a good cave. That wouldn't work. A needle rock. Eye of the needle? Heck, Ketch could have hidden his treasure anywhere. This island's full of hiding places. Initials carved into the stone read F.K. What the? Steady, guy. It's just a monkey. climbing the tree wasn't going to help any in this situation. The marker wasn't going to stay attached to anything as thick as the creeper. The marker wasn't going to stay attached to anything as thick as the creeper. The creeper felt unpleasant and fleshy. The net attached easily enough to the creeper and seemed secure. Great. I'd created some sort of creeper marker fishing net assembly. Sometimes I terrify myself with my creative genius. I'd successfully got the marker into a position near the top of the needle simply by using the kind of lateral thinking that can get you institutionalized. What the? Steady, guy. It's just a monkey. Stay cool, Stobart. It was only a bird. Heck, Ketch could have hidden his treasure anywhere. This island's full of hiding places. It was the marker which I had raised up the needle of rock. I could see the marker I had fastened on the rock down in the forest, and right in line with it, that had to be where Ketch had hidden his treasure. Climbing the tree wasn't going to help any in this situation. Climbing the tree wasn't going to help any in this situation. I wasn't going to pull it down now I'd got it up there. One read was enough. I wasn't about to try that again.
I couldn't open the crate, and I couldn't move it. Come on, Collard, think! No, that's wrong. I was going to have to think of something else. The crate was sealed and too heavy to move. That isn't it at all. The tactical advantage of hiding in there escaped me. Got you.
But the collar woman was there. They'll know it was me.
But you have the stone. The right stone, you're sure?
Yes, of course, it's the Jaguar stone. No possible mistake. Here it is. Garzak, please. The police will be looking for me soon. You're going to get me out of the country, aren't you?
Stop your whining, Oublier. Do you have any idea what this stone symbolizes?
I thought you just wanted it to frighten the natives.
Fool. I intend to cast this stone into the sea.
But why? It's unique.
Exactly. With it gone, the Mayan priest's plan to destroy Tezcatlipoca cannot succeed.
I can assure you that Tezcatlipoca is a mythical figure.
Such a small mind you live in. Tezcatlipoca is real. I have seen him in my dreams. We have spoken of his plans for this world. We have spoken of your part in these plans.
My part?
He told me you would be useful. He told me how to crush your spirit by turning you to drugs.
My wife died. You know that full well. She was my world, my everything.
And now, you are no longer useful. She called out your name as she died, you know?
What? What are you saying?
And then they thought you'd done it. It all worked perfectly.
You? It was you? You bastard! You monster! For the love of God, Karzak!
Which one?
I couldn't just rifle his body without making sure he was really dead. There were no signs of life, but I checked that Oublié really was beyond help. We were going to need the stone to thwart... It was the Jaguar stone, all right. There was no pulse. He'd gone to join his wife. We were going to need the stone to thwart Karzak. I knew Oublié would have approved. It was the Jaguar stone, all right. I was seconds from death. I had to stop him somehow. I was seconds from death. I had to stop him somehow.
Pirates? I was about to make good my escape when...
Cut! Who the hell are you?
I can explain everything.
Don't bother.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were making a movie.
So who are you?
Stobart. George Stobart. 2 B's and 2 T's.
It's okay, Mr. Hawks. He wasn't in the shot.
Hawks? This had to be Carlton Hawks, the newest enfant terrible of Tinseltown. I'd read about him. Mailroom boy makes good. Nice to know it was still possible to get to be a director armed with only an encyclopedic knowledge of postal charges.
Stay out of the way, surfer boy. I'll deal with you later.
Surfer boy? As I walked towards the bush, it started buzzing angrily. Hi, George Stobart.
Hello, mate.
You're English, right?
Blimey, you don't miss much, do you? Bert Savage. Have you seen what the caterers laid on today? Buns and pancakes.
That's awful.
It's an improvement on yesterday. The buns are stale, but the pancakes are bloody lovely.
I don't want to worry you, but there's a hornet's nest over in that bush.
Hornets. That reminds me.
The Black Hornet? I don't remember seeing that.
Before your time, most likely.
What happens in it?
Lummy, what don't happen? Dangle from an airship.
No, I mean...
Plot?
How long have you been in the movie?
Flipping. Thought to myself.
So you became a...
Nah, of course not. I had to...
What training?
Straight up. I was up on the book, then they threw...
Did you ever work with Carol Climax?
The Dirty Dachshund? I'll say. Flipping Prince.
I heard she was...
Mind you.
Did you ever meet Bert?
Meet him? No. He didn't like his wife being in...
Do you think...
I wouldn't be surprised. Mind you,
I thought the public loved her.
Yeah, but...
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
What's that, mate?
No, it's just a...
Very nice, very...
I didn't want... Hi, I'm George Stobart.
My name's Harris. Most people...
You're the cameraman, right?
That's right.
Why'd they call you Flash? You used to be a stills...
Nope.
I decided not to pursue that. There was nothing else I wanted... Hey there, I'm George...
Well, hi, handsome. I wish it was you playing the lead male instead of that kid.
I can't act, ma'am.
So what?
I couldn't believe I was... What's it like sharing this...
What do you mean?
What part are you playing?
Pirate Babs, the ruthless and passionate ladybug. It's a great part.
Would you like this lipstick?
Nice thought, gorgeous, but I prefer scarlet.
What do you think of these?
Ew, they're awful.
You have no idea how much you've just gone up in my estimation. Take a look at...
That's just a hunk of stone with a picture...
In a way.
No.
I found this...
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was a real-life drama, not...
Right.
She was having trouble. Hi there, George.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Is your name real?
Yeah. When I was born...
Well, I guess I could...
That's my middle...
Did you always want to be an actor?
I don't...
You're not alone.
It's more like... what I'm saying...
Which is...
Huh?
Stobart, get out of shot.
I'll get a...
Haiku, baby, are you ready?
Okay, man.
You've been captured. Okay, people.
What about my big speech?
It's been cut. Everybody ready?
Up to speed.
Quiet on the set.
Oh.
Why don't you forget that dumb old squire and his bunch of merry men? Can't you see we were made for each other?
I know. But Squire Trelawney saved my... Why,
But right now, he's locked you out of...
that 20... But it...
Oh.
And cut! Good heavy breathing, Sharon.
Natch, I'm a pro.
Did you get the heavy...
Did I ever, boss? We should have made this movie in 3D.
Haiku, you were great. We're setting up for the stunt now, so get a bite to eat. Savage, on set, damn it.
I wasn't going to upset Hawks. Mr. Hawks, I was wondering if...
Not now. I got a movie to make. Time for the stunt, Savage. It's a short run, bounce on the plank, and somersault over the spikes and stockade wall.
Do what?
Plank, spikes, wall, over. Easy, a child could do it.
At my age? You must be joking.
I could replace you, Savage.
Yeah, with an arthritic baboon.
Replace me? Lummy, this could be the last stunt I ever perform. I need to think about this. Get myself in the right frame of mind.
A suicidal one would fit the bill for that stunt.
Fine. You do that. In the meantime, we'll break for lunch.
Oh, great. I'm famished.
Stay right there and meditate, Savage.
Tight-ass little git.
I was talking to Miss...
What makes you say...
He's not making...
The guy's English.
What's the name of the movie?
Are you trying to be funny?
No.
It's Treasure Island. The only book I ever read twice.
I don't recall any girls in Treasure Island.
Gotta think box office. People...
What?
Just a few minor details.
You haven't written out Long John...
Are you Of course Silver's still in it.
His parrot.
His train to...
Did you say you've changed the ending of the story?
That's right.
Do they find the treasure?
Yeah, but that comes later. After they've...
A volcano?
Sure. Krakatoa.
All the millions spent on a movie, and nobody thinks to buy an atlas. Who's playing Jim Hawkins?
Haiku McEwen. Oh,
I don't go to the movies.
Jeez, that's why we're on Gotta Film.
Who's the leading lady?
Don't you reckon?
Oh, right. I'd never... You know what the locals call this place, don't you?
No, but I guess you're gonna...
Zombie?
Zombie?
A crazed gleam came into his eye.
Get me the writers. Get me makeup. I want zombie pirates in this movie by the end of today.
Hi.
Hi, gorgeous.
What do you think of Hawk's treatment?
It's okay, I guess.
It's a book.
Really?
Would you like this pot of syrup?
No thanks, mate. I don't like the stuff.
Would you like a pancake, Bert?
Don't mind if I do.
What do you think of this lipstick?
Oh, very nice. Very repouche.
I thought that meant hideous.
I was being sarky. Looks like a skin disease, that stuff.
Hey, Haiku.
Yeah, man.
You're playing Jim Hawkins, right?
Jimbo.
Jim... There was nothing else. There was nothing else I wanted to ask him. No way was I gonna try and jump it. Those stakes looked real. I couldn't see any way of lowering the drawbridge, or any reason for wanting to. I could think of about 30,000 reasons for not going back in there, and all of them had wings.
What have you got there?
Another pancake, Bert?
Yeah, go on.
The pancake oozed maple syrup all over Bert's chins.
You put bloody syrup on that pancake. Now it's messed me all up.
I had nothing else to ask him just then. Hi.
Hi,
I couldn't think.
Get that camera rolling. This could be good. Cut and print it. That was brilliant, folks. Okay, the next scene is down on the beach. This is where Hawkins finds the treasure in the Cave of the Crabs.
Would those be giant killer crabs by any chance?
Giant mutant killer crabs with attitude.
There it was, the rock I'd seen from the camel's hump. Now that I was close up, I could make out a small cave near the top of the pillar.
Hey, you! Trouble!
Who, me?
I want you to stay right where I can keep an eye on you.
I'm not one of your lackeys, Hawks. I go where I like.
Not here, you don't. The movie company has rented this island for the duration. You're trespassing. Do as you're told or you're gone.
What do you think of Haiku McEwen?
What's to think? The kid will have earned more by the time his balls drop than I'll earn. Good luck to him. Yeah, hang on there a minute, champ. No messing with the equipment or the union will be down on yous.
Oh, okay. That camera wasn't going anywhere. Hi, Bert.
Don't you eye me. Fine friend you turned out to be.
What's the problem?
Huh.
What's it like to work with Carlton Hawk?
Flipping misery, mate.
Look, Bert, what's wrong?
You got a bloody nerve. If I didn't know better, I'd have thought you gave me that pancake just so them hornets would go for me.
Oh, Bert, you've wounded me. How can you think that?
Well, by looking at the evidence.
I've had a great idea. How about you dress up as Jim Hawkins and climb up to that cave over there?
What cave? That cave? You must think I'm balmy. I did me back in being chased by them hornets over that flaming No way.
Well, that narrowed the field. I don't know why you still want to be a stuntman anyway. Well, how about being
a what?
You stand around in a big...
I can do that.
Hey, you've done the job. That's gotta be...
Well, I don't know.
You get your own...
I'll do it.
George Stobart, international adventurer and roaming careers advisor. What films have you worked on in the past?
Remember the psychotic or what about... You know?
Must be cool.
Yeah, they are at Clacton. Appointed Quickfield calls them Tombola.
You know, I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about. Hey, Haiku.
Yeah, man.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask him.
Hey! Get out of shot!
Why don't you use that cave up on the rock pillar at the end of the beach?
We don't have a stuntman anymore.
Hey, I'll do the stunt.
I appreciate the offer, but if you fall, you'll sue us.
No, I won't.
Everybody hear that?
I heard it.
Good enough, we're covered. Got any experience?
Death-defying leaps, desperate fistfights, getting caught in explosions, you name it.
Okay, Pete.
No, we're not.
Shoot, I forgot about that. No go, Stobart. We'll have to use this cave after all.
You don't look happy.
Why should I be happy? Look at that cave. It's supposed to be where the treasure is.
So?
Look at it! It's crap. I should have had
What do you mean?
One that looks like the mouth of a big stone skull would be cool, but I'd settle for drama and danger.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask him.
Hey, surfer boy, stay out of there.
Oh, what is it this?
That's the wardrobe tent.
Looked like I... No point in going there. It wasn't the cave I'd seen from the camel's hump.
Hey! Get out of shot! Hey! Get out of shot!
I didn't think you'd be interested in that. I didn't think you'd be interested in that. I didn't think you'd be interested in that. Mr. Hawks doesn't like that cave. He says it isn't cinematic enough.
Well, that's just too tough. The camera's bogged down in the sand. If he wants the shot done today, it'll have to be that cave.
There's a pretty good cave over on the other side of the bay.
The one up in that finger of rock? We'd need a stuntman.
You got a stuntman.
We ain't got no stuntman. Bird injured his back doing that dumb wall jump.
Hey! Get out of shot!
There was nothing else I wanted to ask the cameraman. I had nothing else to ask him just then. Hey, Haiku.
Yeah, man.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask him. There was nothing else I wanted to ask him. Flash?
Yep.
We can't film at the Needle Rock because the camera's bogged down, right?
You got it, champ.
So why can't we use the portable camera instead?
You know, that's a pretty smart idea.
There was nothing else I wanted to ask the cameraman. I didn't know the first thing about using the camera. I've been talking to the cameraman. He's got a portable camera.
So?
So you can use the cave in that rock pillar at the end of the beach. That's a dramatic cave if ever I saw one.
We ain't got a stabilized harness for it. The camera'll wobble.
Did D.W. Griffiths have a stabilized harness when he made Birth of a Nation?
You're right, damn it. Hitchcock, Wells, none of them needed one. For crying out loud, Sam Raimi stabilized his camera on a plank. Props, get me a plank. We're gonna wing it. Hot dog. We're gonna do a cinema verite pirate movie. George, get to wardrobe. We're gonna make you a star.
On my way.
Ready when you are, Mr. Hawks.
It was the stone which Ketch had captured from the Spanish. The Eagle Stone.
I returned to Quaramonte and found that Georges had left a message with Conchita. He'd already left for the Indian village, so I hurried to catch up with him. When I arrived, I found a scene of desolation. These sunglasses are Georges. Georges, where are you? Titipoco, I'm almost glad to see you. You little asshole! What happened here? Are you responsible for this? And where's Georges? Have you seen him? He was pointing to the remains of a burned-out hut. There was nothing in the barrel. That cup was no use to me. It had a hole in it. These are Georges' shades, right? Has he been here?
Jaws!
Where is he now? What's that? It looks like the stone we bought from Paris, but it's different. Yes, it has a carving of an eagle. That clinches it. Georges must have found this stone in the Caribbean and managed to hide the stone when the village was attacked by Carzak's men. I hope to God that Georges was all right. Where's Georges? Georges has been here, right? He was pointing to the smoldering remains of a hut. The barrel was too heavy. It was too hot to pick up. I didn't need the lantern since it was still daylight. Besides, it was broken. I didn't need the lantern since it was still daylight. Besides, it was broken. I didn't need the lantern since it was still daylight. He wouldn't have wanted it. Maybe Georges can make use of these. The underpants weren't thick enough to protect my hands. I thought about washing the underpants, but I didn't have any washing powder. Washing the underpants in the drinking water would have been a gross thing to do. There was nothing in the barrel. That cup was no use to me. It had a hole in it. There was nothing I wanted. He wouldn't have wanted. He wouldn't have wanted it. It was too hot to pick up. I just didn't have the strength to tip that barrel. There was nothing useful in the bag. It was a very old bar of chocolate with a row of boys pictured on the wrapper. The under... No. That isn't it at all. That won't do. That won't do. That was no... No, I'd have to think of something else. No, that isn't... That won't... Come on, Collard, think. I was going to have... That isn't it. No, that's... I don't think so. There was nothing in the barrel. He wouldn't have wanted... Hey, Shorty! Make yourself useful and help me with this barrel. Thanks. I recognize that. It's the Coyote Stone. I had the coyote and jaguar. According to Pity, he hadn't any ideas for... What is it? Ashes. The thought that they might be human chilled me to the bone. I didn't need the lantern since it was still daylight. Besides, it was broken. The scaffold gantry went all the way up the pyramid. The button didn't seem to do anything. The button didn't seem to do anything.
Hey, señorita!
Too late. I had been seen. Bonjour, Capitaine.
Only Sergeant, pretty one. What are you doing here?
Snuggles said I could come here with him.
Snuggles?
Oh, I mean the General. We're, friends. May I go up the pyramid?
We have strict instructions not to let anybody pass.
Oh, but I've told you who I am. Surely nobody would mind.
Well,
Oh, please, I'd be ever so grateful.
I tell you what. I'll ask Pablo if it's okay for you to go up.
If Pablo saw me, I'd be dead. No, it's not worth the bother. I'm not really that interested in their stupid pyramid anyway.
Well, okay. It's men's work up there anyway.
I'll just run along and play around here, okay?
Okay, you do that.
I didn't want to push my luck by talking with the guards again. I could think of no reason why I would want to pull a heavy torch from the ground. Would you like some chocolate, Titi Poco? It's good vintage. You're smarter than you look. How did you hook up with a maniac like Karzak in the first place?
Karzak? Whoop whoop loco!
Yes, he scares me too. There was nothing. The button didn't seem to do anything. The scaffold gantry went all the way up the pyramid. The scaffold gantry went all the way up the pyramid. He wouldn't have wanted it. I really didn't want to talk to them. I really didn't want to talk. I really didn't want to talk to them. The button didn't seem to do anything. The button didn't seem to do anything. Titipoco, I have an important job for you. Take this rope to the top of this scaffolding and throw it over the top.
Rope.
There was nothing I wanted to ask. The button didn't seem to do anything. The button didn't seem to do anything. There was the motor spluttered into life. Titipoco, when I tell you, I want you to copy what I am doing.
Copy.
Okay? Copy. Georges! I realized those bastards were going to sacrifice Georges to Tezcatlipoca over my dead body. Thankfully, Georges was the only one to notice me.
Where are they? The eclipse is about to happen.
Patience. Your mother will be here soon and Karzak will be close behind. Just keep the Yankee covered and leave the worrying to others.
Yeah, Raoul.
The maniacs were going to sacrifice Georges!
Shut up, Stobart. Just shut up!
Calm down. He's no threat.
Hey, Raoul, why don't you do us both a favor and shoot Pablo?
You're very funny, Stobart. I haven't forgotten Marseille. When Karzak cuts your heart out, I'll be the one laughing.
I'll bet I'm not the only one due for the chop around here either. Hey, Raoul?
I'm warning you.
Raoul was a bundle of raw nerves. I hoped Georges wouldn't push him too far. I couldn't get the belt into the flames without Pablo seeing me. If Pablo had seen me, he'd have killed me. It was as simple as that. The crates and drums were sealed, and I had no way of getting into them. I couldn't get near the pot unseen. Titipoco, do you still have that lighter gun you pulled on me so amusingly?
What's going on over there? Do you need help, my pretty?
Nothing's wrong. I dropped, a cigarette butt. Everything is under control. I'll have the fire out in a minute or two.
What's that? What's happening?
Trouble.
Give it up. The pyramid's surrounded.
I'll find out what the trouble is. Watch Stubber doesn't pull any tricks. If he does, shoot him in the head. not through the heart.
Why does it matter? He'll be dead either way.
His heart belongs to Tezcatlipoca.
That's not true. We just had dinner a couple of times.
That wouldn't work.
Drop the gun or I shoot!
Please, don't hurt me!
Don't worry yourself. My finger isn't loaded.
Nico, what are you doing here?
Firstly, I'm going to set Georges free, and then screw up Karzak's scheme.
No, I can't let you do that. Karzak has promised me power.
Raoul, wake up. The only thing Karzak has on offer is death. You may want to ask Oublié, except you can't. Karzak murdered him.
You're lying. Oublié's in Europe.
Sure, he's in Europe. In London, on a mortuary slab with 2 bullet holes in him.
But Karzak promised. When he frees Tezcatlipoca, we'll all be granted great power.
Listen to her, Raoul. Karzak's insane.
I don't know. I need to think.
You've let your mother do your thinking for you up to now. You need to think for yourself. Your mother and Karzak think alike. There's only one expendable member of the plan left, and that's you.
Mother would never betray me.
Oh, I'm tired of trying to reason with you, Raoul. Titipoco. Watch this man, and if he makes a move, shoot him with your gun. Hold still, Georges. I don't want to sacrifice you by accident.
You have no idea how glad I am to see you.
They were going to cut your heart out. I think I can guess. We can save the happy reunions for later. We've got to move. Come on!
We're safe.
This is a dead end.
We're toast. I know, Titipoco. I'm not too happy here either.
He knows this is Tezcatlipoca's pyramid. The house of the enemy.
Well, we can't stay here like rats in a trap.
And we can't go out the way we came in. It would be suicide. I'll have a look round. Maybe there's another way out. In the meantime... Take this. It's the Coyote Stone. It might bring you luck, I hope.
You managed to recover the stones from the village? Then we might have a chance after all. Incidentally, What would Titipoco have done if Graciento had moved?
Titipoco? Nothing. He's given up violence. Georges?
Yeah?
There was nothing I wanted to talk to Georges about just then. Georges?
Yeah?
There was nothing I wanted to talk to Georges about just then. The pattern seemed to have only religious significance. The pattern seemed to have only religious significance. The pattern meant nothing to me. Oof! The lever was very difficult to move and appeared to do nothing anyway. Heave! Still no good. I'd already tried that. It was Georges, just rescued from certain death and not looking suitably grateful. This was a time for action, not talk. I'd already tried that. Georges?
Yeah?
Georges, I can only pull one lever at a time, and I think we need to pull both together.
Okay, I'm up for that.
Raoul, there's something suspicious this sacrifice! Where is it?
Nico was here with Titipoco. They set him free. I couldn't stop them.
You idiot! I should have strangled you at birth. Titipoco's gone soft. He wouldn't have hurt you.
I know that.
The darkness of this hun is almost upon us, and we have no sacrifice to appease Tezcatlipoca. Have you any idea what your incompetence will cost us?
I think so. And I'm glad.
What?
The Mayans weren't fools. Tezcatlipoca should stay exactly where they put him.
Finally got some backbone from somewhere, huh? Shame it's so late in the day.
I'd rather die than see you and Karzak with that devil's power.
Fine, we're still a sacrifice. See?
Nico. Come on then, Pablo.
What place is this? I was in some sort of strange room. Tiles and dials. The priests who designed this place must have known how to use them. I was going to have to figure it out for myself if I ever wanted to get out of here. The room was dominated by an enormous device, decorated. The tile didn't want to move. The tile didn't want to move. The tile didn't want to move. The tile didn't move at all. The tile didn't move at all. The tile didn't want. The tile didn't want to move. The tile didn't want to move. The tile moved slightly. The tile didn't want to move. The dial didn't want to move. The dial didn't move at all. The dial moved inwards and clicked home. The tile didn't want to move. The tile didn't move at all. Et voilà! George once told me that there's an knack to finding secret doors. I think I'm beginning to get the hang of it.
So I thought, this is it, you know? This is true love. Anyway, I have to leave for a few weeks, and when I come back, what do I find? Damn right. And with who? Labano, that creep.
Huh?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Oh, heck. Looks like another dead-end titty poco. Any ideas? I was hoping for something a little more constructive. Never mind, I'll have a look around. I had nothing else I wanted to ask the little guy. There was something interesting lurking in the shadows, but I couldn't make out what it was. I had nothing else I wanted to ask the little guy. Look, I need to light this torch. Can you do something clever with a couple of sticks, or flint and tinder, or... or a cheesy novelty cigarette lighter, as it turned out. Well, there was nothing else to do around here, so I pulled the lever. Nothing's happened. Oh, I hate that. Don't you hate that? Titty Poco? Oh my... Great. I had no idea where I was, no idea where the others had got to, and time was running out to stop Karzak. Still, I wasn't dead yet, so it wasn't all bad news. A stone slab that must have weighed tons sealed the door. The torch could stay there until I really needed it. Every time I think this place can't get any spookier, it does. Charming. The statue looked like it doubled as an incense burner. There was nothing I could do to the carving. A stone slab that must have weighed tons sealed the door. I couldn't get through that slab with my... Yes! Finally! I'm out of here. Once more into the unknown. Cool. Onwards and downwards, Mr. Stobart. This was it. The pyramid's central chamber. Its dark heart. Once before in my life, I'd stood in front of a door and thought, this is it. If I go through there, I'm going to die. I'd been wrong then. I hoped I was wrong now. This was the door that led to the central chamber and the smoking mirror.